You can start playing. Hello, hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good evening, good evening. Welcome to our first uh, Sundays at 6. This was this one is gonna be a little what's the word? This is our first one. It's going to be a trial run. We are getting everything together now. Um, we're getting everything together now. Welcome, Councilwoman Emeritus Naima Gilliard. We get all of my little buttons and everything together here. um, I came up with this idea. Actually, I did not come up with this idea. It was actually a recommendation from several folks on my mayor's advisory board, and thank you all for that recommendation. It, with the control of public comment, it was actually a recommendation. With the control of public comment being so strict, people felt like they wanted a chance to speak more, to speak on topics that were being removed from agendas, to speak on topics that weren't even on the agenda. We had someone come just last week. They wanted to talk about our parks and our pools at Welcome All Park, our swimming pool for our South Fulton Swordfish, our award-winning swim team. But also, people really just wanted to be able to talk more with their elected officials about our city council meeting agenda. And I'm going to start there with what is really I think a fundamental disagreement that I have with some members of council over two issues. And that is one, who our city council meetings are for, and who we have a legal and fiduciary responsibility for. I'm gonna work backwards, right? I think one of as we go through particularly these vetoes, one of the debates that I think is currently happening between council is our responsibility as elected officials to protect the city and what that means. Some people take a very capitalist approach to protecting the city. Our city is, in fact, a corporation, right? We incorporated to become a city. So our city is a corporation registered with the state of Georgia. And so for many people, protecting the city means protecting the corporation, City of South Fulton, and all of its assets, right? Protecting that corporation from lawsuits, protecting that corporation's name. It means, if you think about a regular company, right? Many people in the board of directors, which is what the City of South Fulton's council actually is. It's the city's board of directors. And so many people on our board think that our primary directive is to protect the corporation, the City of South Fulton, and the assets and the name of that corporation. I take a slightly different approach. I believe that my goal as an elected official is to protect the shareholders of that corporation, right? So it doesn't, if the corporation is profitable, but the shareholders are not profiting, if only the board and the executive staff of the corporation and the people who work in the building are really making a profit, then and the shareholders are not um, making they are not seeing the kinds of return on investments, or they're not seeing the corporation head in the direction that they want to see it move, I feel like that is a problem. So I think that my job is to balance the interests of the corporation of the city of South Fulton against the interests of its shareholders, which are all of you, the taxpayers. And for me, taxpayers are not just people who pay property taxes. Anyone who pays sales tax, anyone who pays rent is a shareholder in the city of South Fulton. Um, uh, I think we get into dangerous territory when we start talking about property owners as if they have more rights or are superior to renters. While it is true that property owners may be more stable over the long term, data shows that in general, homeowners are more stable in the long term. It does not negate the investments that renters are making. Uh, because I can tell you, as someone who talks frequently with landlords, renters are also paying property taxes, because every time property taxes go up here in the city of South Fulton, landlords tell me, well, they're just going to raise their rents, right? So people who are renting are also paying property taxes. But there are people who don't pay property taxes. Seniors don't pay property taxes. Children don't pay property taxes. And they are heirs and joint heirs to the city of South Fulton, along with, uh, adult adult property tax paying folks. So that I just want people to know, this is a kind of long conversation that, I can't really get into, and, and a 5 minute comment where the clock is going and people are getting beeped. But that is my view, is that if the shareholders of the city are not being protected or do not feel like they are being served, then I am not truly serving the city of South Fulton, because it is not just the corporation but its shareholders. Which means that the meetings are also not just meetings for the board of directors. It's not just meetings for city council and city staff. These are not. I remember once um, I was at a retreat, one of our first retreats, and when we were meeting at Southwest Art Center, I would have music in the lobby, and the gallery would be open, and so people could, get music. They could visit the gallery before the council meeting, and then after the council meeting, we would keep it open for a while, and the music would be going, and you could meet with department heads and city staff, and elected officials, should they choose to come out. You can meet with them in the lobby and talk about like what you heard in the meeting. And um, I won't say his name, because I didn't tell him I was going to have this conversation. But the facilitator of this work session at our retreat was like, "Why would you have music at a business meeting? Have you ever heard of people having performers at a business meeting?" And I wasn't quick on the draw this with this response. I'm not always as snappy with the responses. Sometimes I have to think through things. But I thought later, yes, there are meetings that have performers. They're the shareholder meetings. They're the annual shareholder meetings, right? And one of the reasons that our meetings are required to be public, that we are required to give public notice, and the state of Georgia actually requires that they be held in person and not just online. All of those things are done to allow the public to see and participate in their own governance. The You don't just elect a representative and then go home and they take care of everything any more than you would drop your kids off at a public school and never go inside and never attend a PTA meeting, right? It is that we are here to represent you, but we are not here to make all of your choices for you and only speak to you once every 4 years. So that is why these meetings are required to be public and we're required to have this public notice. And so and so to me, that means that our meetings are not just for council, right? They are for the entire community. And the entire community isn't just City of South Fulton residents. There are people who do business in the City of South Fulton that may not be residents, that may not even have their business address in the City of South Fulton. At our meeting about the sanitation ordinance, or about the selection of the sanitation service, one gentleman from Reliable came up to me and said, "Hey, I wanted to make a public comment about this RFP that went out for sanitation because he had his reasons. I'm not going to speak for him because I'm going to make sure that he is heard when that comes up for a vote. But he had issues with the RFP process. He felt that it wasn't fair. However, he was not allowed to speak because though he services hundreds and thousands or thousands of homes in the City of South Fulton, because he is not a South Fulton resident and his business does not have a South Fulton address, he was barred from speaking at this public meeting about sanitation, which is a service that he provides to hundreds or thousands of our residents. I don't know how many people Reliable services. We do have like 40,000 homes, so I'm assuming that several hundred or even more people here in the city have reliable sanitation. And so, it's troubling when people aren't able to speak. There are teachers who teach our children who but may not live in the city limits. There are people in other cities that are affected by the decisions that we make, in the same way that we have been affected by the decisions that are being made by Union City Council or other councils, Union City, Palmetto, all these other councils, College Park, where they built warehouses and battery plants and all of these sorts of things. And we can go to their meetings and say, hey, that warehouse that you're approving is in my backyard in the City of South Fulton. And if we can go to other people's councils and tell them how the decisions that those councils are making are affecting us, then people from other cities, from adjacent and adjoining cities, if we are making decisions that affect them, they should be able to come to our meetings and speak as well. And so with that being said, I'm going to jump right into the agenda. We debated about whether or not it would be good to have this meeting on a Sunday night or a Monday night. We wanted to do it before the city council meeting, which is on Tuesdays. So to let you know, I will be doing this every Sunday before the upcoming city council meeting. Our city council meetings are usually the fourth Tuesday of the month. However, this next month in November and in December, obviously the fourth Tuesdays are Thanksgiving and Christmas week. So I'm going to type in the chat now. The November, December City of South Fulton council meetings will be Tuesday, November the 15th and Tuesday, December the 13th. And so we usually have a work session where we talk about items sort of in depth, but don't really vote on things. and we hear zoning cases, but we don't really vote on them. We do that on the second Tuesday of every month, so hopefully the fourth Tuesday meeting will go a little bit faster. However, in November and December, we will have a combined work session and zoning, a work session, zoning hearing, and voting session. We're going to have all at once, which is how we kind of used to do it when we started years ago. And so one of the questions, that I saw from Mr. Martin, J Martin 20 in the YouTube chat, and feel free, my YouTube chat is open, so feel free to put in your questions, comments, concerns, criticisms. Uh, Fill the chat up. We're going to, we're going to keep the chat going, and you'll be able to replay and see the chat afterwards. But Mr. Martin, I actually originally proposed our city council meetings. I'm talking a lot, and I'm getting over something, so I'm going to drink water. But I originally proposed our city council meetings would be at 7 p.m. And we went back and forth about the nights a lot. Mondays and Fridays were out because that was the beginning of the week. Wednesdays are Bible study, and we're in the blackest city in America, so we're not interrupting anybody's Bible study. That left us with Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm not sure how we settled on Tuesdays, but I knew that, at the time, this is pre-pandemic, the majority of people who work in the city of South Fulton, I think something like 85% of workers in South Fulton or higher leave the city in order to go to work. And we know Atlanta has some of the worst traffic in the country, right? So I proposed a 7 o'clock meeting time because I knew, back when I was working in Alpharetta and Sandy Springs and all these places, I wouldn't get home until about, 6:30, 7 o'clock at night sometimes or later. So we started having our city council meetings at 7. What we found is that our meetings tended to run 5 to 6 hours. I actually did an analysis at one point. My legislative, one of my legislative specialists back when I was a councilman, we looked at 2 years of council meetings, and we found that the average running time for our council meetings was 5.5 hours. Sometimes they would go as long as 8 hours, right? But if our average run time is 5.5 hours and we're starting a meeting at 7 p.m., we're never going to get out before midnight. And so that's why we started the meetings at 4. As you can see, even in modern times, the city council meetings start at 4, and they usually run about 5 hours till 9 o'clock. Some people think that that's a long time. For a city our size, that is not uncommon. The Fulton County Commission and the city of Atlanta both start their meetings at 10 a.m. and they usually run about 8 hours. So, we don't have quite as many people or quite as large of a budget. However, we are building a city from scratch. And so there is a lot to talk about. If we were to go to, let's say, a 7 p.m. meeting that lasted only for 2 or 3 hours, then we would either have to have a lot more meetings or we would make decisions much more slowly, which might not be a bad thing, right? I'm not, these are the sort of issues that you will hear me put forth to council, right? Like, this is how many hours it has. This is why I time agendas so that people can see how long it takes to get through things. And the more things we put on the agenda, the longer the meeting is going to be. So we just, these are things that we just have to govern ourselves with. But I will tell you, you'll go to a Union City meeting or a College Park meeting if you've ever been to one of those, and I'll actually tell you, some of College Park meetings they start at 7 and they go to midnight or 1 o'clock regularly. But some other cities they have a 2 hour meeting and they're done. Those cities are hundreds of years old. Everything is set up. Everything is running, and they're just making tweaks and changes. We are still in the process of setting up our city. 5 years in, and we're still setting up our sanitation service citywide. We're still trying to figure out, how exactly we're going to do that to cover as many people as possible for as few dollars as possible. We have yet to set up our own in-house public works department. That is the largest department in our city. Police and fire both get about $20 million from the city. Our public works budget, once you fold in T-SPLOST and the URA and all of these ARPA funds all these infrastructure and ARP funds that we have, that budget is $40 million. And so we are setting up a $40 million department. We're not behind. Rome wasn't built in a day, and you cannot build a city in a year. There's some cities like Sandy Springs and Johns Creek and Peachtree Corners that for the first 5 to 7 years, their entire city was run by Jacobs or CH2M Hill, which was Jacobs' predecessor. But they outsourced everything. And they slowly, over the years, brought in one department or one or two departments a year. And so we have moved at an incredibly rapid pace. And I want to pause and say, because I think sometimes we just dwell on the negative. But I do want to congratulate our council and our city staff, all of the city managers that we've had a lot of turnover. But in those 5 years, we have set up multiple city departments. We have hired hundreds of employees, and we have done it for the most part without going into debt. We took out a tax anticipation note, which is when cities are started, before you get your first year of taxes, you have to basically take out a loan to start your city up. Most cities took 3 to 5 years to pay that off. We paid it off. We paid it off every year. It was like an Amex card. Like we took out a tax anticipation loan, and then we paid it off. And so and we have millions of dollars in our reserves. In our rainy day fund. I think that we should have more. Susie Ormond says you should have 8 months of operating expenses, in your savings account. But we're getting there. We have done a lot in a very short time, for very little money. One of the things that is a challenge for our city is we are like 3 times the size of Sandy Springs, but have only a third of their budget, right? A house that's built in the city of South Fulton, that exact same house in Sandy Springs is valued at 3 times as much, which means the city gets 3 times as much in property taxes. They have like the King and Queen and all of those buildings all those office buildings at the perimeter, and all those office buildings on Roswell Road that are paying all of these commercial rents. So we've done a lot with a little in our city, but there are some things that I have concerns about, and I am going to hop into those now. So I'm gonna read some of the comments in the chat now first, though. Sunday is family day since we are all one City of South Fulton family. I like Sunday. They like having them on Sunday. Someone said Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. There's usually a ton of events that I have to attend on Saturdays. Everything from yard parties to ribbon cuttings to 5K races. If you follow myself or the First Dog Zion on Instagram or TikTok, you see that we go to all of those things. So I'm going to hop right into, I think we're going to stick with this Sundays and see how this works for a while. I am going to pull up the council meeting agenda and hop in and just talk about some of the items on the council agenda. First, let me say this. I did just send out a newsletter. Um, what do I want to tell you about the newsletters? I know that I've gotten some complaints that the newsletters come out late. So one of the things that you should know about my newsletters is that I write them myself, and they take about 12 hours to write. I am going to um, I can't show you everything that goes into newsletters. I'll show you one. You may see in the newsletter it says video coming soon. Here is video of the council meeting. I want to. Um, I've talked about these city departments that the city manager has recommended against. Uh, she did that over two council meetings. There, as you see this, I don't know if you see this 747, 756 at the top. That is 8 hours of footage. Some of you may or may not know that I went to film school. I have a degree in communications. So a lot of the things that you see in the newsletter, a lot of the videos that are shot, I'm editing those myself. When I can, I pay for folks to do it. I try to use local folks. You'll see a lot of P card expenses. The P card is my purchasing card, and you will see a lot of um, PayPal invoices to production companies, right? So that sometimes people are editing videos and shooting videos. I still have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of events that I've attended that I have not been able to get around to edit, or pay someone else to edit. But we try and put all of those things in the newsletter. I'm going to show you. Um, I'm going to show you and this is not just like a humble brag, right? That I'm going somewhere with this. You'll see this in a minute. So this is MailChimp, where I make the newsletters. This is the one that I just sent, and I'm going to be sending out a B version of the newsletter. I wanted to get something out ahead of the meeting so that people would be able to see um, some of what we are talking about. Some people read their news on Sunday nights. I will tell you that going forward, I'm trying. I am developing a new schedule. I now have two staff members in the city, and we're working on bringing in some interns. So it's going to be my goal to have the newsletter out every Friday afternoon. There'll be a longer newsletter on the Fridays that we are, leading up to the council meeting. But you can see that video that I was editing, I'm going to drop in here and here. There are some other items on the agenda that I did not get to include. So I've been working on this newsletter since, I don't know. I've been working on this newsletter several days. Several things came up this week, and so that's why the newsletter is late, and there'll be more information. But I say all that to say that I do a lot of this myself, and I do that partially because I love it, um, partially because I am a control freak, and I want to make sure that there is that things are being written about in the right way, that the research is accurate. Sometimes I will have people research things, but I will still, try and double check it, triple check it. I will have it reviewed by attorneys sometimes, because there have been people who have proposed to sue me for slander and all sorts of things. Um, and if you're not getting the newsletter, let me just stop and say I'm going to just throw this in the chat. You can text the word Fulton to 33777 to sign up for that newsletter. But the other reason that I do the newsletter myself is to save money. It costs money to hire videographers every time you shoot something. And I've got an iPhone that shoots 4K video, so if I can shoot it myself and edit it myself and save some time, I will do that. Obviously, I'm a little bit busier as a mayor than I was as a councilman, and so I am working on getting that together. But that leads me to the first item. So the first item are the vetoes, and one of the things I want to talk about some of the innovations that I try to do, or that I try to do and do as a council person. As an elected official. One, as you can see, one of the innovations that I did very early on was that I timed the agenda. And if you follow along in the meetings, I'm pretty good at timing an agenda, and it's because I've been I've been a council person for 5 years now, but I also have been dealing with this council, with this particular group of people. So when I see items come up on the agenda, I know which ones are going to take longer, are going to need more discussion than others, right? I have a sense of that because I've been working with this group of people now for 5 years, and we usually get out of the meeting, right? The scheduled part of the meeting, whether it's 8:30, 8:40, it usually ends around the time that I predict it will end or earlier. Sometimes it ends, sometimes it ends earlier. And so one of the reasons that I do that is because I want people to see how long it takes to get through these agendas. And when people, we have a meeting. So our council meeting is on Tuesday. It's on this Tuesday. We will have a planning meeting. The city manager, the city clerk, someone from the city attorney's office, and myself. The four of us will get together and talk about the meeting. Sometimes the assistant city manager is there. Sometimes we'll bring on the finance director. We'll look at all of the items on the agenda. One of the first things that I'll ask is does everything on the agenda have a financial impact statement, right? So council wants to create this new Department of Public Affairs. I'm like, where is the financial impact statement? How much is it going to cost to create this new department? And not just the salaries of the individuals, but their benefits, their pension, and long term their retirement benefits, the office supplies that we're going to need, all of those things, right? It's not just the salary that makes an office. All of those things that are going to make that office, the support staff they will need. Everyone needs a secretary or an admin. Sometimes people share them, but you have a whole new department. You're going to need somebody to answer the phone and send out the correspondence, right? So one of the things that I make sure is that every item that's on the agenda has a fiscal impact statement. We know how much it's going to cost, and I make sure, just looking at this agenda, you can see I'm highlighting this 1 million, right? I make sure that whatever the dollar amount is, that it's on the agenda. Our city manager, Tammy Sadler-Jones, has done a great job of making sure of saying when we have these expenses, what fund they will be coming out of, right? Our city clerk, Mr. Adams, makes sure that we know who is doing the presentation for every agenda item, and then I make sure that it's timed. And when agendas start running past 9 o'clock, I really start pushing to remove items from the agenda, right? Because not 4 to 9 is 5 hours. That's you're maxing out people, even us on council, our ability to concentrate and focus and really be thoughtful about what we're going through. And I also do believe that if you one of the things that you learn if you study government, and I'm sorry if I'm waxing a little philosophical here, but one of the things that you learn when you study American government is one of the reasons that we have a House and a Senate and things go back and forth and we have these filibusters. One of the reasons our government was set up that way is so that we wouldn't move so fast, right? That people would not be able in an emotional moment to make a decision that could impact generations or, impact the bottom line of our country by millions or billions or trillions of dollars, right? And so it takes a long time to sometimes get something done in government because we don't want to rush and do something and then have to do it over. Sometimes it takes way longer than it should. I agree, but there is a balance there, and so I think that keeping the meeting shorter and moving items off the agenda also just causes us to be a little bit more deliberate in our decision making. So those are some of the things that go into planning the agenda. The next thing the next innovation that I tried to bring to the office was grouping items by things that I thought were similar. So if you look at the agendas that I'm making in my administration versus previous agendas, there's usually topics like veto override discussions. All the veto overrides are in one place. All of the contracts and expenditures are in one place. All the planning and zoning, and these topics will change from meeting to meeting. All the public works issues, but I try to group things in one place. One, it helps the staff, right? So the staff knows, um, public works may say, well, we're not going to be on to 7:30, so we can show up a little later, or the finance department might say, we're going to be done by 5 or 7. They've already been at work for 8 hours. They don't have to stay for the whole meeting. But it also helps us think through things. I've seen too many times on council where someone will have an ordinance that affects public works, and then someone else 10 items later will have a resolution that affects public works, and they affect each other. They may cancel each other out or negate each other or compete with each other for resources or attention or whatever it is, and so grouping things together helps us think through things together. The other thing that I try to do is I try to put the things that I know that people are the most interested in and want to talk about the most at the top of the agenda. Both as a council person and also as a community activist, I have sat through city council meetings, not just here in the city of South Fulton, in Atlanta, in the Fulton County Commission, all sorts of places where that one item that everybody has come to talk about is at the end of the agenda. And they vote on it at 9 or 10 o'clock at night after everybody's gone home or turned off the Zoom and nobody's looking. You wake up in the morning and you find out, some crazy thing has happened, right? And Congress does the same thing. They pass bills in the middle of the night. So anything that I know is going to be controversial, and I don't do this just because I love drama, right? But I do it because these meetings are for you, and you should not have to wait until 8 o'clock at night through a 4-hour meeting to talk about this police move of the headquarters outside of the city. Lots of folks have been talking about it. We just gonna put it right at the top, tackle it right out of the way. And so obviously these vetoes are very contentious. It does, and I will say regrettably, it can set a negative tone in the meeting, and it's something that it's something that concerns me and that I think about. I don't want to start off the meeting fighting because then everybody is sort of tense all through the meeting, which is another reason that you will see that in every meeting, I usually have an intermission. And I try to plan the intermissions around the 2 hour, 2.5 hour mark because our meetings are about 5 hours. And I also try and structure it if I know we've had a lot of intense things, we can take a break, come back, do a reset, and talk about things. It just gives us a chance to reset as a body. And so yeah, I really try to be thoughtful in how I make these meetings. So obviously the things that I put in the first draft of the newsletter that went out at about 5:15 today. Um, these are the things, the creation of this Department of Public Affairs. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about that, and then I'm gonna go to some comments in the chat. And we don't have people. This will be more interactive. Let me stop and say it is our goal to, on the weeks where we have these Sunday at 6 citizen meetings, to get this agenda and the whole newsletter out by Friday. So you have all of Friday and all of Saturday and all of Sunday to sort of read through it, make your comments, sign up to appear live in the YouTube chat because we want to try and make it as interactive as possible. So I will work on that. That is all my fault. Um, the but this creation of this Department of Public Affairs and Special Events. So if we look at I got all of these title bars up here at the top. Okay. If we look at special events, I'm gonna just, okay. So here is the actual, can you all see that? Let me check the chat. That's that big enough for everybody. Um, Here you'll see that this is a creation of a Department of Public Affairs. So we actually already have a Department of Communications. They have been under a lot of pressure from council to promote our events and also to promote our point of view on issues. I am going to I'm going to say some things, and I've really been doing my best for the past several months to not be as confrontational with our council, but I just got to call some things out and call them like I see them. I don't ask our communications department to do much, right? As I've shown you, I edit my own videos. I shoot a lot of my own stuff, and I run my own Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube pages, as well as I manage my own website, which I keep updated I think, pretty frequently. The I started doing that because when we started as a city, we had none of those things, right? So, for the first, when our city was formed, we didn't have a communications person. I think for probably the first 6 to 8 months, we didn't have a city website. We, I think our city still doesn't have a TikTok page. But we didn't have a lot of those things. It is something that I'm interested in. It's actually something that I enjoy just personally. It's why I went to school for it. But I also think it's a big part of community engagement and civic engagement and political education. So, and I think one of the best ways to learn things is to teach it to other people. So when I have to break down these agendas or break down these ordinances, I learn. I learn from my interactions, in the teaching and talking I do with constituents, and And I was reading some things from the chat right now. Um, but yeah, so I do all of that stuff. Many members on council do not have those skills, or they just may work other jobs. I think at this point there's 6 members on council, and 3 of those members have full-time jobs elsewhere outside of the city, and that's no knock against them. Um, it's actually a knock against us. If I think that these are full-time jobs, and in order for somebody to work a job full time, you either have to pay them a full time salary, and I can tell you that the $23,000 a year that city council makes and the $33,000 a year that I make as mayor, that is not a, can't nobody raise a family on that. I don't just live in Camelot because, for the political reasons. I do live there for political reasons. I do think that we need to do something about Camelot. But at $33,000 a year, doing this job full time, I'm not a 60-something-year-old person that is retired from somewhere else, and I got a pension from someplace, and then I got a VA check from my time in the service, and I don't have those things. So for $33,000 a year, $800 a month is about what I should be paying in rent. You're not supposed to pay more than a third of your salary in rent. If I had a house note, right, I would still be looking for a house note that was around $800 to $900 a month, and so that is what I can afford. It is. And it's unaffordable, and I can only afford that because the only person that I have to take care of, or the only thing that I have to take care of, is the first dog, which I share custody with, so I don't even really take care of the first dog. When I eat, my whole family eats, as my mom says. So it's not a knock against council members that are working full-time jobs. Half of our council is working full-time jobs because they're just not paid enough to do this job full time. I have taken a vow of poverty for the next 4 years, to live in Camelot or to rent someplace and do this job full time. I said when I was running as a council person that I would not have another full time job and do this job. I have maintained that as a mayor. I'm probably gonna have to get a part time job though, because inflation is eating up this $33,000. But I do all that myself. Huge tangent. City council doesn't, and so they are creating this. In my opinion, they are creating this communications department to compete with the communication that I am able to do with residents. I'm able to write my own press releases. Before I was mayor, I had relationships with several reporters. My first job, one of my first jobs as an intern in college in communications, was interning at WSB. I ran the teleprompter for Monica Kaufman and Glenn Burns and folks like that. So and John Pruitt back in the day, and I use all that. I bring all that to the office. This office is. I believe the quote, and that's why I'm going back to pull the footage from the meeting myself, so we can all see and hear for ourselves. But this job, either this office or the internal auditor's office, one of them was around $400,000. I think that was the communications department, and that's with salaries and benefits and all those things that we talked about, staff, support staff, and equipment was around $400,000. The internal auditor, I believe, was going to be around $200,000 or maybe $250,000. But this is a $400,000 department that we are creating to help City Council plan its events and write press releases. The charter states that the mayor is the spokesperson for the city, so besides the mayor and the communications department, I don't know why other people would be writing press releases, except that whenever we disagree, city council wants to put out a press release, that is their side, which is their right. I just don't think that we should be spending 400,000 taxpayer dollars to do it. And so I vetoed that. Something else that I want to say about that, and then I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to go back and check the chat. But something else I want to say about this veto is that we are currently undergoing lost negotiations. In my newsletter, and I'm going to pull it up here. If you just go to, let's do it together. If we go to SaveSouthFultonCities.com, this is a website that cities got together to create. All of the mayors and the city administrators in all of South Fulton cities, north and south, from Chattahoochee Hills all the way up to Milton. We got together to create this website to explain local option sales tax. If you go to presentations and meetings, the most recent presentation we did at the South Fulton Town Hall, only a few people came out to that town hall, but you really should take a look at this presentation. It was put together by all of these cities, and it really just explains what local option sales tax is. I'm going to go through it really quickly. There is I'm going to get the percentages wrong. Blame my head, not my heart. Our sales tax is around 8%. 5% of that goes to the state. Some percentage goes to the county. Some percentage goes to our T-SPLOS, which is the $17 million or more that we have every 5 years to pave all of our streets. If your street hasn't been paved, we need to get you on the T-SPLOS list. Reach out to my office and just ask, is my street? You can reach out to my office. I'll put that in the chat. You can go to khalidcares.com/contact to get in touch with my office. Oh wait, you have to do the HTTP to get the whole link. But yeah, you can click on that link. The numbers that you can schedule a Mayor Mondays with my office, or just send me a message to be like, hey, is my street on this list that needs to get repaved? We'll take a look at the list. But that's some of what the sales tax is for. One penny of that sales tax goes to local option sales tax, which is divided between the county and all of the cities, right? And that's just specifically to fund our city services. The current distribution, I'm not going to get too into the weeds. You can read this whole presentation. But basically, out of that penny, the state and the county and the cities, they look at everybody's population of the city. There are multiple factors, but the biggest factor, the main factor on how that 1 cent is distributed is population, right? There are other things, service areas, there are all sorts of things, but the biggest thing is population. And based on the population of Fulton County, they currently make up less than 1% of, so that unincorporated area, which is, if you zoom in, that little yellow area here, I think it's about 80 homes, is less than 1% of the population of all of Fulton County. So they should be getting less than 1% of the sales tax, right? They are currently getting, you can see all of you can see all of the allocations now. Um, they are currently getting, I think, 10% of the sales tax. Yeah, they're currently getting about 10% of the sales tax. We're getting around we are getting they're getting 14 they're getting well, this is the 2014 numbers. I'm sorry, we just got to go through these numbers. I'm sorry, I'm not more prepared, but this is their percentage of the population right now. So that is what they should be getting. They're proposing to get 35% of the sales tax. However, all of these percentages work out, we currently get about $28 million dollars a year. All of those pennies add up. We're getting about $28 million dollars a year in local option sales tax off of these pennies. The county is proposing to take 35%. They're saying that they need it for the jail, they need it for the hospital. They have needs for all of these facilities. However, state law says that local option sales tax cannot be used for these things. If you need more money for elections, if you need more money for courts and jails and for your sheriff, then you have to raise your taxes. But what Fulton County did was they cut their taxes, and now they're trying to take some of our local option sales tax money to make up for the reduction in taxes. So they can say, like, hey, we reduced taxes, but we're providing you more services. They're doing that by taking money that used to go to the city. So basically, with the local option sales tax, you have to get 50% of the population of the cities to agree to whatever the distribution is going to be. Like, this is one of the this is the distribution that exists currently. Although that top number of 50% is not right. But these other percentages are like, these are the percentages of the population that these are the percentages of the population that each city has, and so, like, this is how much we think each city should be getting in local option sales tax. If 50% of the cities on the if cities that represent 50% of the population on this list and Fulton County agreed to whatever the distribution is, that's what the new distribution number will be. So if Atlanta makes up 21%, if Atlanta, Sandy Springs, and South Fulton got together, we could basically make an agreement with the county. What we have decided to do, though, all of the cities have stuck together and said the way things are now is how they should continue. And if anything, the county should get less money, because now that we've all incorporated, the county should have less money because all of these populations are in cities. So that money should be going to cities. We obviously became cities because we didn't like the way that the county was running things. So we definitely don't want to give the county more of our tax dollars. However, though, in order for this agreement to work, even if 50% of the cities agree, even we get to 50% plus one in our cities, in order for this agreement to work, the county must sign on to it. The way that the law is currently set is that the county must sign on. If 50%, if every city in South Fulton agrees, and we all actually do agree, we've been agreeing from day one, we should just keep things as they are. That's what Clayton County did. That's what hundreds of counties in the cities. And I should back up and say, we have to renegotiate this every 10 years because of the census. populations move around, new cities are formed. So we got to renegotiate how we're going to distribute this penny of sales tax every 10 years after the census. So now is the time to like renegotiate that. All 15 cities agree on what the numbers, how the numbers should be. But until the county agrees with us, we have no agreement. If by December 30th, the county does not sign off on a deal, all of us will lose all of the local option sales tax. So if we do not agree by December 30th, South Fulton stands to lose $28 million out of our $172 million budget. We have a $172 million budget this year. $28 million is not a small chunk of change. Our budget grew by about $28 million this year. So basically everything that we've added that all of these services that we're talking about doing, we'll have to cut back on, or we'll have to cut back somewhere. There is currently a bill. There is currently a senator, John Albers, in the state legislature, who understands that the cities are being bullied by Fulton County, because they're basically saying we want 35%. We were getting, I think they're down to 10%. They want 35%. We're like, we'll give you 15%. We'll go back to what you had in 2010. They're like, nope, we want 35%. Maybe we'll do 25%. Maybe we'll step it up. You know, they've said all of these things, but they won't agree to what they won't agree to keeping things the way they are. And they certainly won't agree to reducing the amount that they're getting from this penny sales tax. So, my words, we're being bullied by the county into accepting some deal. People at the state capitol see that, and they are proposing legislation that would remove the county, or say that if the cities can come into agreement without the county, then we're going to be able to go forward. So there is this legislation that is going through the legislature. It will likely pass. We have faith that the governor, whoever they are, will sign off on it, because all of the cities are in agreement that we need this. All of the cities in Fulton County are in agreement that we need this. Even if all of those things happen, right? Even let's say we pass the bill in the state legislature, the cities can decide how to spend that penny, and we get more money, right? We, instead of getting 28 million, we somehow get 32 million. None of those things will happen before April. The legislature is in session until April. The bills can be signed. You know, they would be passed and signed sometime in March or April, which means for the first quarter of 2023, if we have not made an agreement and we're waiting on this rescue from the state legislature, we will miss that first quarter of local option sales tax, which is $7 million. If for some reason the bill doesn't pass the House and we are left to negotiate, we're in arbitration. You can see this timeline for mediation. So we're in mediation. Our lawyers are talking to their lawyers. Anybody who's been through a divorce or any sort of lawsuit like that, you know what mediations are like. And the takeaway is that this $28 million is not guaranteed. This $28 million per year that we have been receiving is not guaranteed. My mom always taught me not to spend money that I didn't have yet. Just because I think it's coming or somebody told me it's coming, you can't spend it until you got it. And so with so many millions being up for grabs or undetermined as to when we're going to receive it, if ever. The last thing I think that we should be doing is creating a special projects manager and director of public affairs to do job fairs, state of the city addresses, and manage media relations for city council. We've already got a communications department. Mr. Gary Lethwich and his team do an excellent job. Maybe in some years when we got millions of dollars to spend, we can fight about creating departments. Maybe I'll even hire somebody in the mayor's office to run all of my social media and everything. But until such time, we just gonna keep going like we're going. That is my opinion. But if they have 5 votes to override this veto on Tuesday, this $400,000 department will get created. And so I want to talk a bit with people about that. I'm going to go to the chat. Mr. Martin says that civic duty is not a full-time job. It should be your own form. It should be from your own community service. There should be no such thing as career politicians. I'm going to push back a little bit on that. I think that we actually, I think that holding political office is a full-time job, and it should be a career. You should have people that have studied politics, that have studied civics, that have studied law, that have studied business, municipal government. You want to have people, people like to, you get points as a as an elected person or a person running for office, saying, I'm not a politician. I'm an outsider. I'm new to all of this. I don't know any other profession. I don't know anybody who's going to hire a lawyer who's like, I didn't go to law school. I'm going to bring a fresh perspective to your case because I didn't go to law school, or I don't do this full time. You wouldn't hire a CPA or an accountant who didn't go to school and have a degree and does this. I don't want someone, I don't want some part-time person doing my taxes. No disrespect to people who, go to H&R Block and these different places. But my taxes are complicated. I need all my money. I need professionals handling these things. And so I do think that these are full-time jobs. It is Sunday night at 7:00, and I am doing a 2 to 3 hour Zoom going over this city council meeting. And I left a party early Saturday night trying to do this newsletter. So I don't know. I think these are full-time jobs. So I will disagree with you on that. How do you go about creating a city? South Fulton is too large. We don't have a proper name. We're embarrassed by city council often. We, the people, are closed from pretty much everything. That mirrors some comments I saw in the chat from our council person emeritus, Miss Gilliard. I'm going to read these. We have more events that substance information that most citizens need and want. They are fine, but almost all events are a newsletter is a challenge to obtain information. I do think it is a challenge. We talked about this in the sanitation ordinance. Since I have been a council person, I have been pushing for us to have a paper newsletter that goes out quarterly. Not everybody is on Nextdoor or uses their email or gets events on Instagram or Facebook events or whatever. Not everybody is going to see this Zoom. Sometimes you just got to put stuff in paper. I am proud to say that after 5 years of pushing, we will have a quarterly newsletter that our communications director that's in place now, Gary Leftwich, has been organizing. So you should start receiving those paper newsletters next year in 2023. We're definitely going to, before 2023, if we go forward with this sanitation vendor, you're going to get something in the mail that talks about that process, that lets you know what the next steps are. You should not have to do anything as we switch over to this citywide sanitation service. But yeah, that is what I have to say about those things. I'm going to go back to the chat. Who determines what is discussed at council meetings? Why do city council members feel free to comment on next door, but comments are off in council meetings? I will say, so I went through that. I'm not going to go through that again. The charter says that I am supposed to have the final say as mayor about what goes on. It says the mayor shall make the meeting agenda, which shall include items that are input by council. It actually says all items that are input by council. I think that becomes a little problematic. If 100 items are submitted, then we'd have 100 items on the agenda. I need some discretion as mayor to trim down and organize this agenda so that we're not in meetings for 8 to 9 hours, and that we're not putting items on the agenda that don't have a fiscal impact statement, that are not ready for prime time, that have not been reviewed by our legal department. But so the short answer, the real answer is that I and city council negotiate the agenda. Items are submitted to me. I make a draft of the agenda. But city council meetings can remove items from the agenda, can add items to the agenda that I left off the agenda. And so that's some of what you see happening at the beginning of council meetings, where we're approving the agenda and we get into these Robert's Rules battles about items being added to the agenda or, removed from the consent agenda. But why do city council members feel free to comment on next door, but comments are turned off in council meetings? I thought that. One of the things that I talk about in our newsletter, in my newsletter, is that the decision to turn off the chat box, you see there's an active chat box in this meeting. The decision to turn off that chat box in our council meetings was actually made at a retreat at Callaway Gardens. We did not publish an agenda that said we would be voting on that item. There was no public input. We weren't even in our city limits when that decision was made. I fought it. It still stands. To this day, the chat box is turned off. I do think that one of the items, one of the things that our council, one of the things that our ordinance that controls that says now, and was actually written in by council members, is that members of the community can petition to have an item placed on the agenda. So if you want to see the chat box returned, if you want that voted on in a council meeting, if someone wants to write a resolution, I can sponsor it as mayor, or you can get your council person to sponsor it to return the chat box. We could get that back on the agenda for discussion. I find the chat box to be very helpful. People criticize me in the chat as much as they criticize anyone else. I just read a comment with a constituent that I disagree with. So I just think that's part of the job. But I also find the chat box helpful. There have been many times, if you go back and watch city council meetings where the chat box was active, I will say, hey, there's a question in the chat about sanitation service, or there's a question in the chat about, this public works project. And it may be something that none of us considered, right? I find that it's a way for constituents to communicate in the, in the meeting. It also made our meetings more lively. There were some folks who watched the meetings on YouTube just to see the chat. You can see now there's 66 people watching this meeting, which is a lot for a Sunday night meeting. And I think part of it is that there's an interaction happening between me and the people that are viewing this meeting in the chat. And people are not just interacting with the council and the speakers, they're also interacting with one another. So sometimes you will see debates happening in the chat about things that we are discussing at the council meeting, which goes back to, why I tried to have music and the art gallery open in the lobby, why I, after council meetings will hang out in the lobby, whether we're at Welcome All or whether we're at Southwest Art Center, because that is just a place for us as a community, right, to get together and dialogue a bit more about these issues. I'm going to move on. I'm going to have this meeting end at 8:30. We're not going to go past 8:30. I think 2.5 hours is a good amount of time. And House of the Dragon comes on tonight, the season finale. I am a Game of Thrones fan, and so yeah, we will be ending this meeting by 9 so that I can see that House of the Dragon premiere. It's 9 o'clock on a Sunday. I think that I put in my time and I deserve a little fun. So that's that. Any Game of Thrones fans, just feel free to shout it out in the chat. The next item to talk about is and so there are two items that create this Department of Public Affairs. I want to take those vetoes together because they're probably going to be overridden, but we can have that discussion together. The next is this ordinance for temporary employees. I'm going to skip down to that. This is page 27 in the agenda, and it basically states that here, I can't highlight this one because of the way that the form is. But if you look at this paragraph under procedures for hiring, department shall submit to the city manager. The last sentence here, upon approval by the city manager, she is the she right now, will submit to council for city council approval of the need for critical hire. So basically this says before any department in the city can hire a temp, it has to be approved by city council. I don't know why city council is getting into the hiring business. I don't think we have any business, being in that business. I think we will find out Tuesday. I suspect, just from some comments that have been made, both privately and publicly to me, that some of this has to do with my hiring of Jill Lindsay as the city's first public advocate. You may remember that Miss Lindsay was the interim public advocate for the city of South Fulton. I created, that is a position I created. That is a position that I created to just make sure that it was somebody's job specifically to respond to citizens' complaints. It is technically everyone's job, but in theory it is everyone's job, but it is technically no one's job, specifically to respond when citizens have an issue. And so I get 2 staff people because I do write my own newsletters and edit my own videos and handle my own press, I was able to uh, use one of those two people. The previous mayor had somebody who did all of their correspondence, did all of their press releases, wrote their newsletters, did all of that stuff. I was like, I do all that stuff. I'm going to take that second assistant. So I have two assistants. One sort of manages, the calendar and the budget and the finances, and the other one, under the previous mayor, they had someone that did that. Miss Baskins, that was the person that saw sitting at the front desk. She was sort of the gatekeeper for the mayor. She was his chief of staff. And then they had a second person who handled all of this press and media and newsletters and correspondence and all these other things. I was like, I do that, so I'm going to make it somebody's job to be the public advocate for the city. And the first person was Jill Lindsay. She was, shout out to Miss Jill if she's watching. I'm going to see if I can find a picture of Jill. Many of you know Miss Jill. Here's a picture of her here. So Miss Jill Lindsay was my first public advocate. This is some of the earliest months, maybe around March. I'm going to say something about temporary employees. So some folks didn't like Miss Jill. Miss Jill has definitely a strong personality. I'm going to have a courageous conversation about Miss Jill in the public advocate's office. Anyone who knows Miss Jill knows that she is writing emails every week. She is on top of it. She is advocating for residents in her community off Bethsaida, residents of Old National, residents of the city of South Fulton. She's always making public information requests. If she sends an email to a department head, she will copy everyone from the governor of Georgia on down to the dog catcher. Like, she will copy every elected official that she can on these lists. And I say this with all due respect, Miss Lindsay, I took the chief complainer in our city and put her over our office of complaints. That was a strategic move on my part for two reasons. I knew that she would be a passionate public advocate because she had already proven it. In her years as a citizen. She also she also works with Commissioner Khadijah Rahman and the Fulton County Commission as a senior services as an advocate for senior services. So she knows a lot. Some of our most vocal residents, and certainly some of our most precious residents, are our seniors. And so she already had a lot of connections with senior programming. That was another reason that I hired Miss Lindsay. But I thought there's a saying in movement work. I come out of the movement for Black Lives. We pattern ourselves after the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and 60s civil rights, community activist-led organizations. And one of the things that we talk about is being transformed in the service of the work, so that as you do the work, you become transformed. Miss Lindsay oftentimes could not understand why it took us so long to respond. Still can't understand sometimes why it takes us so long to get things done. I thought that by bringing her on the inside of the city, she would learn some of the reasons that it took so long for us to get done. She would bring this fresh outsider perspective, but she would also be able to see, how the sausage is made, where the cogs were in the wheels, and then she would start getting some of the complaints from people. And I did see Miss Lindsay being transformed in the service of the work. I saw people calling and complaining to her, and as she had to explain the process to them, she learned the process. She grew a heart for she grew a bigger heart. She had a heart for the people who do this work in our city. But she grew, bringing her on this side of the table, she grew a bigger heart for the people that did this work. I think that some people on council didn't like Miss Jill. They directed the city manager to end her contract. She was brought in as a temporary employee. They directed the city manager to end her contract. um, so her contract was terminated, and I think to ensure that I could never do anything like that again, they created this ordinance to run all temporary employees through council. One of the things you have to be careful about when you write legislation, and this is why I think Mr. Marting, it's important to have like some experiences that you learn. You learn this if you've been in law school. You certainly will learn it if you are making laws. That there are unintended consequences. You write legislation to do a specific thing, but then it has these other unintended consequences. So you write this legislation to say that before anybody can hire a temp, it has to be approved by council, which means that, like, I couldn't hire a temp like Jill Lindsay, or I couldn't, if I had this idea, I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to hire this person as a temp and see how it works out. I can't do that. But it also means that if someone in the finance department needs to hire someone to process, I don't know, checks or whatever, whatever the case. If someone in zoning, we had a time in our planning and zoning department where like almost everyone had quit. Almost all of the people that worked in the front office and permits had quit, so we had to bring. There was once a time when our finance director, we parted ways with our chief financial officer, and we had to bring in an interim CFO, right? And so those are exigent circumstances. Those are emergency circumstances where we can't wait for the next meeting of city council to bring someone in. And even if we could wait, I'm not sure that city council should be doing the evaluation and hiring of temporary employees, right? We're not. First off, no one that I know has on council works in HR full time as a human resources generalist. If maybe they are, but I still think that we have professionals that do that. Department heads know best what they need. And we need to let staff do their jobs. So I vetoed that, which gets into another issue that is not in the version of the newsletter that I sent out today, but I'm endeavoring to do an update to that newsletter that you all will receive tomorrow. After I watch Game of Thrones and go to bed, I'm going to wake up in the morning and add some more updates into the newsletter. And one of them is there has been this discussion about my P card. So we're going to have a courageous conversation about that now. I have had this cough that I could not get rid of for weeks. There are people in my building that are living in moldy apartments. And ever since we turned the heat on, I've had this cough that I can't get rid of. So I am announcing to you all now on this Sundays at 6. So this is a Sundays at 6 exclusive. We'll get a little graphic or something that we can fly in for this. But I'm going to be leaving Camelot for my health. So it is. I'm not leaving because of the violence, because of the shootings. There have been a couple of people who have been killed there, and one person who committed suicide there. There have been some drug overdoses there. Not leaving for those reasons. Not leaving for concerns about my safety. Not even leaving for the rats that I hear in my walls and see around the building. But I am leaving because of this mold. I only have one set of lungs, and I think that I'm going to need them both. But yeah, so I'm gonna be moving out of Camelot. But what I was saying is the my my P card. City council. I mean, I actually think these were just acts of political retaliation. So I'm going to start there. Um, the city council referred myself and Dr. Mark Baker's credit cards. They're called P cards or purchase cards to the district attorney for investigation. Only sent over hours. Said we have some suspicious charges. I will admit, I got several months behind. I got about 5 months behind in the processing of my P card receipts. Because for the first 5 months of my term as mayor, I did not have any staff. No one had anticipated me winning this seat. And so no plans had been made to transition this office. and that is true not just for me, but for the other new council people that came in, Councilman Sebastian, Councilwoman Williams. No plans have been made. If any of you have ever watched The West Wing or know about the presidential succession, there's a transition period. They're interviewing for new positions. They're switching out pictures. It's a fine-tuned machine, up in Congress and in the White House and in older cities, right? Like there is just a process of transition. The outgoing mayor has a series of meetings with the incoming mayor, shows them around the office. I didn't get any of that. Never met with the mayor. I reached out, never met with Mayor Edwards, never met with his staff. Was not allowed to access the mayor's office until midnight on January 1st. That was the first time I was allowed to even enter the space. So the office is still not decorated. I hit the ground running, was so busy, haven't even decorated the office. I am going to try and do that. I do think it is important, especially for developers and business people that are coming to the city. The mayors, a lot of times, the only person they know to ask for is the mayor. That is the first office they walk into. It is our first impression, and I want to make a good first impression. I also just need a functional office. We have staff now, and so we are we don't have paper clips and pens and things like that. People are buying stuff. People are going into their own pockets buying things, and so I need to set up the office. But outside of just the infrastructure of the office, there was no staff in place. So I had a series of temps working the first month. I think we went through 4 temps, including Miss Lindsay. When we finally got Miss Lindsay, she was great. Her office skills were excellent. And there was no complaint from anyone about that. But by then, several months had passed. I had all these receipts piling up on my desk, but they needed to be input in to this system called Edmunds and reconciled, and there's all of these steps in accounting software. So I got behind in that. That was definitely my fault. I explained that to council, but they referred me to the district attorney anyway. And there has been this issue regarding this video. So many people may remember this video that I did. I'm actually super proud of it. That I did with young people from Tri-Cities High School. There are two guys. The two guys. Let me dance it a little bit. Okay, these two guys that you see in the white tuxedos choreographed the videos. This was a video that was professionally shot by someone who does music videos, and I edited the video, so I saved some money by editing the video myself. We paid the videographer about $350. The goal was to pay the performers in the video. The video was made, though, in a hurry. And these two young men, who I had selected not only because they could do these flips and they could, choreograph the video, but they were supposed to have their own white tuxedos. The day of the shooting came, they're growing boys. They could not fit their tuxedos. I purchased their tuxedos, or had their tuxedos purchased. I actually ran this by the purchasing manager at the time, who came to the store himself and purchased the tuxedos for these young men. We allowed them to keep the tuxedos. They totaled $600. They were about $300 a piece. Had I to do it all over again, I would have had the young men submit invoices for that amount. I would have paid them as choreographers. They could have bought their own tuxedos. That definitely would have been a better way to do it. I do believe in paying performers for their work. I definitely think they did $300 worth of work, and they were able to keep the tuxedos. Would I have done it differently? Yes. And so I will admit that. That being said, I will say this video has 1,000 views here. It has about 2,000 more views on on my Instagram. It has about another 1,000 or more views on TikTok. So in total, this video, which cost less than $1,000 to make, had over 1,000 views. Some people, I hear you. Some people are still saying that's $1,000 is too much to spend on a music video. I spent it on a music video promoting our city's anniversary. I will say that by contrast, so one of the reasons that I did it was also because I was trying to get the word out about our city anniversary. We had planned 2 days of events for our city anniversary, but a lot of citizens didn't seem to know about the events. I will tell you that for those 2 days of events, the city spent $100,000. Less than 100 people showed up to those 2 days of events. 10 times as many people saw my $1,000 video than attended $100,000 of events that we held over the city's 5th anniversary. There was a dinner and I think a screening of like a documentary or a little YouTube clip talking about the city's founding, and there was a I think that was a Thursday night. I was actually out of town, but there was a Thursday night sort of town hall. I think they spent they spent tens of thousands on catering. They were expecting hundreds of people to show up. The Southwest Arts Center, where they held the event, seats 375 people. One of the mistakes I think that we made was that the RSP for the event was free. So 375 people booked tickets, but less than 30 of them showed up. About 15 or 20 folks actually came out that night. I can't remember what was going on in the pandemic at that time. I'm not sure why a lot of people didn't show up, but we just took a lot of food home. There was just thousands of dollars of food that was wasted. Then we spent another $80,000 or so on the city anniversary, on the actual a day long of events at Wolf Creek. Maybe about 50 folks showed up for that. You know, a couple dozen families showed up. We had vendors. We had all of these things. I think one of the issues was that the people that we hired, and then we did that again. So I should say for Juneteenth, we spent $150,000 for a day of events. I will say the Juneteenth fireworks show was spectacular. It was a 20-minute fireworks show. I'm not sure how much of that was spent on fireworks, but it was amazing. We did a little bit better. I re-edited a video. Let me go to that. I re-edited a video that I had made the previous year for Juneteenth. I'm not sure that I will find it. Yes. So this was a video that I shot in 2019. I reshot the video. I re-edited the video with information about the Juneteenth celebration, and we did a lot to promote that. So that got a little bit better turnout. We got about 300 or so folks to come out for that. Still not, Wolf Creek can fit 1,000 folks. But I will tell you that $250,000 that we spent on the city anniversary and on the Juneteenth celebration were spent with promoters out of Douglas County and Cobb County. We didn't use people that are in our city, that are connected to our city. There are some incredible promoters like Tori Tomlinson and Old National Entertainment, Carlos Neal and After Nine Partners. He does Freaknik. They can pack out Wolf Creek. When they have events at Old National Park or Lakewood Amphitheater, they pack it out. I was at an event. I was at 21 Savage's birthday party last night at Underground Atlanta for a couple of hours. Packed it out. Like if we would invest half of the money that we give to people who don't even live in our city, if we invested half of that in local performers, like the guys that appeared in my video, like the people that I work with on Old Nat Day and different events, we could get such a bigger bang for our buck. I do understand. I see some comments in the chat now. Given everything that we've got going on, we are renting facilities. We're moving police headquarters around. Perhaps we should not be spending any money on, we shouldn't be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on any of these events if we don't have our cities. That was actually some feedback that I got in my mayor's advisory board, that we just need to cut everything out until we get all of our departments set up and all of our business handled. I think that we can find a happy medium. I think that like I said, I think that there are local promoters and local artists that we can partner with to do things for less money. And there are things that we can do, like that video that reached thousands and thousands and thousands of people for a fraction of the money. So that's my thing about the P card. I will say this though. After referring us to the district attorney's office for criminal investigations, members of this council then held press conferences and wrote press releases about it to let everybody know that they thought we should be criminally investigated. As a result, citizens members of this community began asking about other P cards and began making open records requests for the P cards, not only of other council people, but of other city departments. And as a result, the district attorney is now investigating P cards citywide. I think it's very dangerous. You cannot make your mayor look bad without making your city look bad. You cannot make your mayor look bad without making the council look bad, right? You can't throw one staff member or council member under the bus without the mud from under that bus splashing back on all of us. So now the Fulton County District Attorney is investigating all of our P cards, from the city attorney to the police department to all the members of city council. And in an upcoming newsletter, we will try to have, because they are public record, and they're now being investigated by the district attorney, you all should be able to see all of those videos as well. The last thing that I am going to the last two things that I will talk about tonight are two items that I think are really important that are on the agenda, and they are the I'm gonna hide the side panel. They are the internal auditor and the veto of the police lease. So I'm going to say the city council decided to set up an internal auditing department. The suggestion from staff was for the auditor to be an external contractor, someone who did not report to the city manager or the city council. That helps them be more independent. They are able to direct their investigations where they see fit, or wherever either the evidence or the preponderance of constituents are calling for. If a bunch of constituents are calling to investigate Department A, but council says, well, we want to investigate Department B, a truly independent investigator that would be a contractor that doesn't work for the city, right? They would be able to say, well, the constituents are asking about Department A, so I'm going to start with Department A. Or I'm going to do Department A and B. I'm going to do all of the departments. An independent investigator, like the district attorney, will say, I'm going to look at all the P cards, not just the two council people that y'all have been fighting with. I'm going to look at all the P cards, right? But city council has decided to ignore that recommendation from the city manager and have an internal auditor that would report to the city manager, who reports to the city council. And so my concern is that auditor will be weaponized in the same way that these referrals to the district attorney happened, right? They happened selectively against some members of council or former members of council. And, they can look into they can direct the city manager to direct the auditor to look at this department, not all departments, but this department, or to start with this department, or to not investigate this other department, right? I don't believe that anybody that reports, so all of our staff reports to the city manager, and currently the city manager can be fired by 5 votes of council. The city manager can be fired by the council. So she ultimately works for the council. So ultimately, the people that work for her work for the council. I don't think that those people are independent. I think that if you watch our city council meeting, you may not think that our city manager is independent as she should be. Um, she definitely isn't in this regard because she recommended against the creation of both this external affairs, this public affairs special events department, and of this internal auditor. And she did not put them in her budget. And city council wrote resolutions creating new departments because we have the power to do that. So they can ignore her. They can ignore her advice, create the departments, and then instruct her to instruct them to do whatever it is that they want to do. These are the kind of overreaches that I think are just out of hand. And given the hundreds of thousands that maybe we've already wasted on some of the events that I've talked about, and the millions that we stand not to receive because of other externalities, right? The local option sales tax. I just I think these are bad ideas. And even if they were good ideas, this is not the right time to do them. The last is the lease agreement of the police department, well, at Hartsfield Center, moving the police headquarters out of the city. This is where I'm going to split the difference. We do have to do it. Um, I am not sure that we need a space that large, and I'm not sure that we need it for years. But there is mold in uh, our police chief has told us that there is mold in the Jerome Road facility. And as someone who's living in a moldy building now, that definitely affects your health. Um, and I do care about our officers' health. We currently do not have office space in our city. One of the things that I have been talking about for years is that we need to be buying our land and controlling our own land. You may remember that Dr. Baker and I, when we were on council together, were pushing to buy that old doctor's building that sits across from the Masons Lodge at on Old National. That building is still empty. It was built to be a doctor's office, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It has never been occupied. Um, we could have bought that building for less than $1 million and rehabbed it. For whatever reason, the deal didn't go through. There were other deals to purchase land that didn't go through. Anytime there has been a deal on the table to purchase land that we would own, that we are not paying a ridiculous price for, I have been in favor of those purchases. I believe that we should own our own land. I'm proud to say that this month we signed a deal to purchase 9 acres on Old National, the old Jackson's Music Store, and the State Farm that's next to it. We own those buildings now. Those people will be moving out, and the city will be moving in. I think that we should be able to set something up in. We should be able to set something up for our police in less than a year in those buildings. It may not house everybody. Some officers may have to, sit in some cubicles. Some people may have to work from their cars. They may have to work from home. I will say that there are issues around keeping records of um, police cases, right? And there are legal and constitutional requirements that we have to meet. You can't keep evidence in a shoebox at your house, right? We have to be able to house and categorize that evidence. Everything from rape kits to crime scenes to car break-ins to fingerprints. We need to be able to safely house all those records, and so that is the priority. And for that reason, I do believe that we need this space. It is a good price. There is not class A or even class B office space in our city limits. And I challenge anyone to find a building in our city limits um, that we could rent for the price per square foot that we are renting this. Do I think that we need 18,000 square feet? That may be a bit much. That's half the size of City Hall. Do I think that we need it for 4 years? Probably not. So I'm going to be pushing to reduce the size of those offices as quickly as possible and move as many of those offices and officers back into our city as quickly as possible. But I do think that we need the space. I don't think that it is something that we approve in a special call meeting without public comment, particularly given all that is happening in our city with police. I will say that in this newsletter, you will find, and you can find this in the version that's out tonight, and it will also be in the version of the newsletter that is out tomorrow. Where did it go? Um, you will find this Smyrna police report. So back in July, you all may remember that I did a press conference on the steps of Camelot, talking about what I thought was corruption happening in our city. There was an investigation of our police. Um, I'm going to choose my words carefully because anything I say may be used against me in a court of law. Officers and staff were coming to me as mayor and other people, other elected officials, talking about an investigation about impropriety that was happening in the police department. And that they had reported these issues up the chain of command, and that their concerns were being ignored or actually even rejected by uh, the administration of the police department. And I was hearing about this. I was hearing about these reports. I was hearing some very disturbing allegations. Um, I tried to bring them up during an executive session. There is some debate about what can be shared about executive session. I have been advised by my attorneys that I can talk about the general topic and that I can say what I said, right? Um, before this Smyrna investigation, the investigation was being conducted by our former HR director, who left the city partially because of this harassment that she was receiving. She felt that she was being threatened. Um, the city manager felt that she was being threatened. Both of them put their concerns in writing. The city manager put her concerns in writing to city council. That was actually the first time that I learned about this investigation. It was from, um, and maybe I should start with that. Let me pull that letter up. This and everything that I am showing you now. Um, Everything that I am showing you now is subject to open records request, has been released in previous newsletters, has been on the website. Many of you have probably seen all of this already, but for those who have not, um, Where can I find this letter quickly? I'm actually just going to take you with me. This is in the newsletter. You can also find it at khalidcares.com/news, or on the city news page here at khalidcares.com. This was the letter to the city manager from the HR director, and this was the letter from the city manager that we received in May. Um, she basically stated that I'll just start at the very top. The purpose of this correspondence is to express my concerns regarding comments you made during a conversation about my responsibilities as city manager over personnel, right? Specifically, I'm reading from the second paragraph now. You stated, and this is a conversation that the city manager had with Councilwoman Willis. Specifically, you, Councilwoman Willis, stated that Miss Graham was meddling into police business and that she needs to leave the city and go to another agency. Our HR director, Miss Graham, has left our city and gone to another agency. The investigation that she began was taken from her and given to the police department in Smyrna. In another police department in another county conducted this investigation. Not only did they find that all of the findings of the city manager of the HR director's investigations were true, but they also, and you see this in the report. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but there were lots of concerns. I'm just going to read to you from the first page. Detective King said that this particular lieutenant comes to the scenes of his investigations and tries to dictate to him what he should do. He says she also has a bad attitude and disposition in the way she tells you how to do your job. Detective King said the moment you challenge her and tell her how something is supposed to be done, all hell breaks loose. She will have a hissy fit and make a phone call to the chief because she can't get her way. Detective King then said your supervisor's phone will immediately start ringing and the chief is on the line cussing out your supervisor. There are multiple interviews with with 7 police officers, polygraph interviews. Everyone interviewed by this department passed their polygraph test, with the exception of this Lieutenant McKessie. If you read this 30-page report, I don't know how anyone could read this 30-page report and not have concerns about what was going on. The initial letter that I showed you was in May. So after we received that letter in May, I attempted to. We had some investigation about Miss Graham, the HR director's handling of the investigation, which is how it got referred to Smyrna. But I also brought up this letter, and I said we have to talk about this letter and this intimidation that's happening. I was shouted down in the meeting. We didn't have any more conversation. It then came to my attention that the officers, that many of the officers who were listed in this report were being reprimanded and fired. I asked repeatedly from the city manager, from the police chief, and from the city attorney for this report. They would not give it to me. The report was done, as you can see, and delivered on July 5th. For 2 weeks, I attempted to get the report. Could not get the report. I began hearing that people who testified in this report were being reprimanded, were leaving the city under duress, were being fired. And so I chose to hold this press conference on July 18th in hopes that I could at least put a stop to any actions that might be retaliation for this report. I didn't have confirmation. I had only had hearsay from people in the city, from officers, about what was going on. I will say that everything that I was told, down to the names of the people in the investigation, I was told by people who worked for this city before I saw the report. And everything they told me was verified in this report. And, so I had this press conference. City council responded with this vote of no confidence, and, they removed me as the chair of the meeting for a meeting. And, they did this press release and they did all these things. And then this report came out. To this day, you cannot get this report from the city of South Fulton. I can't get it from the city manager. I, the mayor, still cannot get this report from the city manager. However, the city of Smyrna, who follows Georgia's open meeting laws, have released a report because under Georgia's Open Meeting Act, Open Meetings Act, when an investigation is concluded, the report of that investigation must be made public. So they began releasing the report to constituents in South Fulton, to members of the media who were making the requests, and that is how I got the report. I've had a similar issue with the RFP, the request for proposal for sanitation, which will also appear in the newsletter. It is in both versions, both the version that went out tonight and the version tomorrow. The request for proposal is basically where we say, here are the things that we are going to ask for. If you want this sanitation contract with the city, here are the minimum requirements that you have to meet. Here are some of the additional things that you can offer. This is the scope of work, right, by which you would be bound to do if you want this sanitation work. I asked repeatedly for this report from our city manager and our assistant city manager, and I could not get this request for proposal. However, anyone who applied for sanitation service was able to get this report. So though I could not get it emailed directly to me, right, vendors who were considering, some who applied and some who were just considering applying and decided not to apply to be our citywide selection vendor after reading the proposal, sent the proposal to me. And so now I have this proposal. I think that there is a problem when the mayor of the city cannot get documents. and I have to get them through other means. I have to make an open records request, or I have to get them from a member of the media, or some citizen or external person that's made an open records request. So you can read through this request for proposal. One of the things that I learned is that this I asked the question, who did the legal review for this request for proposal? I was told that the name of the person on here did the legal review. This person also left our city. I spoke with them over the weekend. They did not legally review this. They were actually gone from the city in June, 6 weeks before, or they were gone from the city around the time that this proposal was sent out. They are a lawyer, but they did not do the legal review. This, to my knowledge, did not undergo legal review, and maybe that's why it was so hard for me to get this RFP. I tell you, everything that I do is transparent. All of these discussions that I'm putting on the agenda are so that we can talk about them in public. I'm having this meeting tonight so that we can talk about these issues in public. And so with that, I am going to go back through the chat. One of the questions that I see people are saying that we are not. Councilwoman Gilliard, Councilwoman Emeritus, has said this is more than a full-time job as a new city. Thank you so much. She has been here. She knows this work. It definitely is. She goes on to say that the way that we did our zoning process, the way that we do our zoning ordinance is a classic example, and our comprehensive plan are classic examples of citizens not having a say. Citizens asked to be able to make revisions to the zoning ordinance and land use plan and were ensured it would occur. The presentation on Tuesday does not do that. I'm going to respond to that. Councilwoman Gilliard, I hear your concerns. I've heard the concerns of citizens. No one on council is satisfied with our current comprehensive plan, our future land use plan, or our zoning ordinance. We all agree that changes need to be made. And we are about to enter into a process that will take over a year to complete. And every month, as promised, as I've talked about in previous work sessions, every month in a work session, we will have a conversation about planning and zoning. We're going to take on a different topic every month. At this meeting on Tuesday, which begins at 4:00, and some people are like, why does it begin at 4? Again, it's the 5-hour. The meetings are 5 hours. If we start at 4, we can hopefully get everybody out by 9. And a lot of people are working from home. We do stream the meetings, so if you missed the beginning, you can see that. Most of the voting happens, after 6. We have public comment and proclamations and work sessions and all of these sort of filler things in the beginning. So if you can get there, by 6, you can definitely be a part. And we only do it once a month. So if you can get off work a little early, I know everybody can't do that. But that is, that is where we are. But every month, beginning at this month's meeting, we're going to spend some time talking about planning and zoning. And so in the 4:00 hour on Tuesday, we are going to get an overview from our planning and zoning department. It's called community development. Sometimes it's called community development and regulatory affairs, CDRA. People in government love an acronym. Don't know why. I like to call it planning and zoning because I think that it's so much more than that, but sometimes you just got to call things, you got to speak in the language of the people so they know what you're talking about. Our planning and zoning director, Mr. Derek Hull, he's come from California. He's come from actually Detroit by the way of California, so he's done planning and zoning all around the country. He has a lot of great ideas. He also understands how long it will take to really get this right. And so, in the 4 o'clock hour, we're just going to do an overview of where we stand now and his proposed roadmap for the next year to overhaul our comprehensive and future land use plan. Every month, I am going to use the portion of the work session that I get to run to introduce a new concept or idea. Um, in November, we're going to be talking about how to conserve rural areas, how to conserve areas. There are a lot of people in District 4 out in the Cedar Grove area, in District 7 in the Fife area. There are a lot of farmers and rural homeowners that want to keep those areas as rustic as possible. Not only are they not interested in warehouses, they're not interested in subdivisions. They're not interested in streetlights. They're not interested in widening the roads and allowing for more traffic. And they want to keep those areas as rural as possible. We're going to be talking about in November a way that we can do that and incentivize, right? Because part of it is if a rural person wants to sell their land to a subdivision developer, we can't tell them no. But what we can do is create incentives that would encourage them to say no and conserve their land, right? And then we can also give incentives to those developers to say, hey, don't build that big subdivision here, build it over here, right? And so we're going to be talking about how we can save some of our rural areas. In December, we're going to be talking about uh, hydrology studies and erosion issues. It never fails that every time we build a 500 home subdivision, whoever lives next door to that subdivision starts having runoff issues because we wipe out all the trees, flatten the land, and then all of that water that used to soak into whatever forest or rural habitat was there now is running off into the subdivision next door or the backyard of someone has a creek behind their house, and now um, all of this extra water runoff has the creek eroding up to their back porch, right? And so we're going to be talking about making sure that the environmental impacts that we are really fully contemplating the long-term environmental impacts of some of the subdivisions that we're building. So those are the two of the topics, right? These are big topics. They're complicated. Every month we're going to take a topic. So Councilman Gilliard and other members of the city, if you have development topics that you want us to cover in the next couple of months, please let me know, and we will, I will try and get them, or I will get them on those agendas. I'm going to go back to the chat and use the rest of this time to respond to some of the comments in the chat. So now is your time. If I can get back to the chat. And I'm going to ask my tech people to help it. Just drop in the chat if you see, drop in our Zoom chat if you see people people here. I am only going to remove and report people who are advertising for sex or pornography. I do see a couple of those, so we're going to get rid of those. We got a couple of people. So I'm going to go back. Council wants to control everything, wish they could take control of resident requests by getting nice restaurants, shops, and desired businesses. I think that we are doing those things. We definitely could do more. I just visited new restaurants. I just visited a new restaurant in District 4. Councilman J.C. Sebastian took me out to lunch at this incredible restaurant. I'm not gonna. The Green Fiends Organic. They have all organic, all vegan menu with the exception of this salmon wrap. It was incredible. I did a grand opening for a Caribbean restaurant in District 2, right there at Fulton Industrial Boulevard in that BP Plaza. Their food is amazing. We are opening new restaurants all the time. There is a new salad place. It's been open for a couple of months in the Camelton Crossroads Publix. Black owned, amazing. So there are some amazing shops and restaurants. We need more, and we are working on them. So I do think that changing some of the zoning and future land use planning and the new economic development director, Artie Jones, that we stole from College Park is going to really help us accelerate some of that. If they, someone says that they only sent 2 P cards, I guess I'm assuming this is P cards. If council only sent 2, why not send them all if they have nothing to hide? I agree. The district attorney does have all of them now, and they are investigating them. I will also remind voters or remind people watching this that my first days in office, I stood on the steps and called for a forensic audit of all of our city finances. That would have covered my P cards. It would have covered the tuxedos. It would have covered the $500,000 that we found missing in the pedestrian safety fund during a budget hearing. There is $1 million in the pedestrian safety fund, but so far only 2 speed bumps have been put out anywhere in the city of South Fulton. When I asked in a budget meeting about that, the public works director said he never got $1 million, that he'd only had about $400,000. We found out that that the money disappeared somewhere into the general fund, but it's being put back into the pedestrian safety fund. But you know, a forensic audit would have found those things. A forensic audit would have showed what we spent $100,000 on for the city anniversary and $150,000 on for Juneteenth. You know, so it would have discovered all of these things. And an external auditor would discover all of these things. Hopefully, an internal auditor will be able to review everyone's finances and not just, you know, targeted individuals. But that was, and I want to say that is not an I told you so on my part, because a forensic audit was never part of my platform running for mayor. Was never part of my platform. I wanted us to build better, invest more, and invest in our youth. Those were my, you know, anyone who got my campaign cards remember those things. I wanted to build better, invest more. I wanted to overdo our planning and zoning. I wanted to invest more in our young people and in our parks programs. Forensic audit wasn't part of it, but citizens, shout out to Jewel Johnson, who was one of my competitors for this seat. She talked a lot about having a forensic audit. She became an advisor to my office. She and several people from her campaign and several constituents from the community began saying, Mayor Khalid, you need to do a forensic audit. You should not, when you become mayor, you, as a part time chief executive of this city, which is what the charter says that I am signing off on all of these documents. I was presented probably my first few weeks, my first month in office, I was presented a all of the bank accounts in the city, and I was supposed to sign off on it as like a signatory, and I was like, I'm not signing that, and then that's when it clicked for me. What Miss Jewel Johnson and Miss Pamela Harris and some other people were saying that we needed to do this citywide forensic audit. And as time has gone on and these instances of waste, fraud, and abuse are being revealed, uh, I do think we need that, we need that citywide audit of all departments, not something that's directed at a few people, but of all departments. Um, it sounds like we're in a lose-lose situation. How do we turn this around? I don't think we're in a lose-lose situation. I think that first of all, everybody has a boss, including me and the city council, and our bosses are you. And every 2 years, actually every year, you get to elect new city council people. There is a city council race on the ballot for those of you all who live in District 7. This is there are 4 people that are running for that race. I cover them in the newsletter. You can click on them and read all about them. If you're in District 7, you get to make one of those choices to replace Mark Baker. In 2023, just 12 months from now, it seems like a long time, but 12 months can go by pretty fast. In 12 months, half of our council will be up for election. So if you want to start throwing us all out, myself included, I will be up in a few years. And here's this great. You don't have to wait. If anybody thinks that I'm doing a horrible job, they can start a petition now. If they got to get a couple thousand signatures, but if you get enough signatures, you can put it on the ballot. I am up for re-election in 2025, and if you don't want to wait till 2025, you can start a petition to recall me and have a recall election for me in the next few months. You can do that for any member of council, but that is one of the ways that you turn things around. But I also think there are some less final and extreme ways to turn things around, and that is to just keep making your voices heard and to bring friends, right? If there are people that you are talking to in your communities that share your concerns, but they are not sharing those concerns directly with us, mayor and council, then we won't know that they're concerned. It is easy to discount 5 people, 10 people, even 20 people. I think once you got 5 or 6 people commenting about the same thing at a council meeting, in the same way that each of us represents thousands of people, right? Each council person represents 15,000 people, and I, as the mayor, am supposed to represent all 108,000 people. But each council person represents 15,000 people. I think each one of you speaks for thousands of people as well. You all are also representatives, and I think if 10 or 15 of you call for an audit or say we don't want whatever it is, we don't want. I'm not going to say anything specific because I don't want to be accused of inciting something. But if you say you want something or you say that you don't want something, if 10 or 15 people say it, we should be listening to it. However, some people will discount those 10 or 15 people and say, those are just Khalid's fans, or those are just, Councilwoman Willis's fans. Those are her groupies. Those are people in the mayor's cult, right? You can discount 10 or 15 people. But if dozens, scores, hundreds of people are either coming to the council meetings or just sending in public comment forms. I'm gonna show you. I wanna make sure that people know this public comment form is open. And even though, and you can see after each one of these topics, I've got send a question to mayor and council about this, whatever the topic is. One of the last things, real quick, and I'm sorry that I didn't talk about, was this reopening of Jack and R Lane. That only deals with a few people in the city of South Fulton in the uh, Stonewall Tell Manor subdivision. A lot of those people have felt trapped in their homes. I do want to read one of the comments that came in late that I definitely did see. Um, My neighborhood Stonewall Tell. This comes from Mr. Aubrey Mitchell. My neighborhood Stonewall Tell is one of the largest subdivisions in South Fulton that will be impacted by the Fulton County Schools Board. Um, our kids are being redistricted from Westlake High School to Langston Hughes High School. What can the mayor do to mitigate this case? Um, I will say that redistricting is happening because Westlake has such great reviews and test scores and outcomes. Everybody is trying to get their kid into Westlake. It's made Westlake overcrowded. So one of the things that Westlake is doing is making sure that everybody who goes there actually should be going there, is actually eligible um, to go there. And the second thing is that I think they're drawing some kids out of the district. That is managed by Fulton County Schools are managed by Fulton County, and I don't have a lot to do with that. I can go and fill out public comment and protest the redistricting on behalf of my residents. But just as you have to do at our city council, you have to do that with the school. We need you to do that with the Fulton County Commission and all of this money they're trying to take from um, us in local option sales taxes. You got to get active. It's no different than having a kid in public school and showing up to the PTA meetings. You got to be active. You got to write letters. You got to make phone calls. It really does make a difference. And so that is a change that you can make. I will say there is a typo. I believe the subdivision that is being impacted here is the Summit at Stonewall Tell. I always get those two mixed up. It's the Summit at Stonewall Tell. These homes, a road was closed and it left people in this subdivision with only one exit out. That exit does not have a light. There have been several accidents. The council person in that district moved to close the road. She had a study done. The Public Works Department said the road should be closed. But there's been such an overwhelming backlash and even talk of a lawsuit from the residents in this subdivision that they got the item put back on the agenda. And we're going to have a public hearing about it. So it just goes to show that when you get active, when you activate your fellow residents, you can get things put on agendas at council meetings. You can get conversations happen. You can get things happen. They failed to give you an inaugural celebration, so you spent some money to make the video. So yes, I did make the video because of the inaugural celebration. It really was to help promote. Um, it really was to help promote our city anniversary. This was the first time we had spent so much money on a city event. We were spending $150,000 or $100,000 on the event. I wanted to make sure that people showed up. As you can see, more people watched my video than showed up to the event. But Mayor, thank you for the your transparency. Why doesn't City Council hold its colleagues accountable? I don't know. That is a question for City Council. Why do we not publicize opportunities for our citizens to take advantage of first and foremost? I am going to do better at that. As I said, I've been, trying to save money and being cheap, doing a lot of these videos, doing a lot of the editing myself, writing my own newsletter. I'm still going to be cheap and try and find interns. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of young, bright students that need internship opportunities, and I do a lot. I do a lot in media. I do a lot with a newsletter, and so I'm going to work to get those things out. I have this text alert system where I let people know about events that are going on. I will tell you in full disclosure, it costs about $70 to $100 to send out a text for every event. It is cheaper if you're on a bulk texting plan. So one of the things you will see on my P card is this texting plan. If you text the word Fulton to 33777, you will receive text alerts when our meetings go live. You also receive text alerts about things like bulk trash. We had the bulk trash day, so I sent a text alert out to let all the seniors know, hey, you got until Saturday of this week to schedule to have your trash picked up. A whole bunch of people got that text message, and so many people made calls that we are still picking up trash from seniors who called in to have that trash collected. But those things are expensive, and I am hopefully my P card will be reactivated soon, and I'll be able to move back up to the $900 plan. I'm on the $500 plan, and I'm paying for additional text messages out of my own pocket, out of money that I raise from friends and supporters, because I'm trying to keep these text alerts going. I hope that one day the city gets its own text messaging system, right? The communications department has a bigger budget than I do as a mayor, and certainly as an individual person. But yeah, I will do more about trying to make sure that um, people. I'm deleting some more spam. Now that the report is out in the open, why haven't some changes been made? That is a question for the city manager. The chief of police reports to the city manager. So any changes that need to be made in the police department, if the council will not make them by resolution or ordinance, the city manager can make them. Some of these are a little mean, so I'm not going to read them out loud. Why is the agenda not decided before the meeting? So the agenda, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I did a long explanation. The agenda for each council meeting is actually decided a week before the meeting. I literally have the meeting on Tuesday, and I set the agenda on Tuesday. Inevitably, people will come in after Tuesday and try and add some more items to the agenda. We will make sure that everything on the agenda has a financial impact statement. I really push for every item that's on the agenda to have some sort of presentation or documents. That's why when you see the whole city council agenda, it's anywhere between 300 or 400 to as long as I think the longest one we had was 2,000 pages. But the agendas are hundreds or thousands of pages because all the documents are in there. And so after we set the agenda, we make sure that the agenda book has everything in it. And we try to get that agenda book out by Thursday. Um, it's usually out by Friday morning. Sometimes it's out as early as Thursday. I get the newsletter out the weekend before the meeting. I'm trying, as I said, with these interns to get it out. But council can still remove items from the agenda if they feel like they don't want to talk about those things. Um, and council can add items. If I've left an item off because I think, hey, it should not be in um, this isn't ready for prime time, or we just it's too many items on the agenda, they can be like, I want my item on the agenda anyway. So they can get three of their friends to vote, then it gets added to the agenda. Why are public comments only 2 minutes? Um, I will tell you that is pretty standard. In some cities they get 3 minutes. In some cities there is no limit to public comment, and public comment can last for hours. We do have items to discuss on the agenda. Uh, 30 minutes of public comment allows at least 15 people to speak for 2 minutes each. Often we get through about 20 to 25 public comments because sometimes people don't need the whole 2 minutes. Sometimes, if there's a lot of public comments, I'll extend the public comments for 10 minutes, so that we can, hear more public comments and try to. But we got to put some kind of time limit on it so that everyone can be heard. Again, I always hang around after the meetings. I originally, in one of the earliest versions of council meetings, I tried to move public comments to the middle, right before intermission, so that you could hear some of the meeting and then comment. Uh, Council pushed back hard on that. They kept the public comments at the beginning, which I understand. Sometimes people just want to come and make their public comment and then they leave. They say what they got to say and then they leave. But we do have intermissions, and at the end of council meetings, I always try to hang around if people want to, have more conversation. Please include in newsletter the restaurants. I am going to. That's one of the things that I want to highlight. That I'm really going to be working with these interns on. I visit a lot of restaurants and new businesses, and I don't get to highlight them as much as I would like, either on my social media or in the newsletter. So I have, again, hundreds of hours of footage to edit or have other people edit so that we promote. I am going to try and get them in more newsletters. What about the money each district council person receives? Where is that being reported? That is also open to open records, subject to open records, Miss Robinson. And you can see that in our council budgets. So our P cards include that. We each get $55,000 to spend over a year. I get $65,000 as a mayor. That may sound like a lot of money, but again, I spend $1,000 a month sending y'all text alerts about events that are happening. If I do a mailer, if I do a mailer to 40,000 residents in the city, that's $20,000, right? If a city council person just does a mailer to the residents in their district, that's $5,000-$10,000. I'm not talking about these mailers that went out, about the previous mayor, but if we just doing a little district newsletter, like those things cost thousands of dollars to print. We have events. I'm going to be doing some district dinners. I'm gonna be doing some dinners around the city. The first one will be on Old National, but we are planning some in the Cedar Grove area and in the Cascade area. Those cost a couple $1,000s for caterers and all of that stuff, so people have food and we try to make it a warm environment. I also try and have performers at our council meetings. I'm trying to to get the cost down, I'm going to be working with our local high school jazz bands and some of our performers, but I still want those kids to get paid because I think what we're teaching our young people is that you can have a career in the arts. You can do this for a living. So at the last council meetings that we had at the last few council meetings that we had at Southwest Art Center, and we'll be returning to council meetings at Southwest Art Center in January. In February, we'll be returning to in-person council meetings for all of the meetings, but we're going to have an in-person council meeting in January. But at our last few city council meetings, I had professional musicians and high school students. So high school students got to play with professional musicians and provide the music in our lobby, which I thought was really cool, and it just showcases some of the incredible award-winning, scholarship-winning students that we have. Um, City of South Fulton needs its own zip code, name change. Um, Areas like Camelot and Fairburn, it is very confusing. I agree 100%. Um, I will say this: I was hoping that a name change would be a part of my first 4 years as mayor. That I would get that done. That was going to be a feather in my cap. I think we fight so much right now that we probably should just keep the name South Fulton, and then once we get through some of this tumult and uh, we get some more stable things happening. Yes, once we get some more stable things happening, then we can do a name change, right? Uh, Maybe we get some new council people. Maybe we get a new mayor after me. Things sort of settle in. Then we can do a name change, and we can leave, all of the drama that we're experiencing behind with the old name. I think that might be a better way to go forward. I really do. We definitely do need our own zip codes. Our city is so large that we could not just have one zip code. We would need at least three, right? For I think zip codes cover about 30,000 folks. We've got 108,000 people. We may need four. Um, I do think we need our own zip codes. It would help with Amazon, with Google, and all of these searches. Right now, if you put in 30349, that is a zip code shared by College Park, Atlanta, and South Fulton. 30213 is shared by Fairburn and the city of South Fulton. 30331 is shared by Atlanta and South Fulton, and maybe parts of East Point. I'm not sure, but so yeah, we definitely need our own zip codes. It can be done. Before Atlantic Station opened, it somehow had its own zip code. 30263 is the zip code just for Atlantic Station. So apparently, if you got enough money and you talk to enough people, you can get your own zip code. So that is something that I'm going to push for. I am actually working with the folks at Google and the folks at Facebook to make sure that our city is listed in more directories. Our communications director, Gary Leftwich, is doing that as well. You will find, as time goes on, where you used to only be able to put Atlanta or College Park or something like that, you're now starting to see South Fulton pop up in different places in search engines. And so uh, those changes are coming. We've got, possibly a very difficult meeting ahead, but and some difficult months ahead. There are some very key things that city council and I don't agree on, and a lot of it is how we spend our money, right? I think I think I should be able to pay young performers uh, who perform in videos, and that we should have $1 million fund for speed bumps, and that everybody who wants a speed bump should be able to get one. right? That's how I think that we should be spending our money. I think that we should be auditing everything and listening to the advice of our auditors. I will say that our chief financial officer thought that I shouldn't have bought the tuxedos, so I paid that money back out of my own personal funds. I paid that $600. They actually just took the money right out of my check. They basically took my entire check. Um, but I paid that money back, and the kids got to keep their tuxedos, and they are performing. They continue to perform in them, so I think that that's great. But yeah, so there's some challenging conversations that we have ahead. We are going to be talking about. We're moving forward with the construction of the bridge at White Mill Road. You're going to be hearing about that in our council meetings. We are, like I said, we're going to be talking about the future land use. I'm just looking really quickly before we wrap up here. We're going to be making some. We're going to be talking about our legislative priorities. We're going to be talking about setting up our public works department, where we're going to house all the vehicles, because we definitely are taking that over. We are going to be talking about our new city council maps. They are going to change slightly. So when you go to vote for city council for districts 1, 3, 5, and 7 next year, you may not be in the city council district that you were in previously. You definitely want to review those maps, which will be in my newsletter. And you can come to City Hall and see a large, in the lobby at City Hall, you can see a large printout of those maps. We're going to have them in the lobby of Welcome All Park before the meeting on Tuesdays. If you come early to sign up for public comment, get in the line for public comment, take a look at the maps, make sure you can see. Those are not the best quality maps though, so definitely look at the newsletter and look on my website. I'll have zoomable versions of the map so you can zoom in and see the street level detail. I don't think that things changed much. I think some of the most drastic changes were that parts of Council District 5 moved into Council District 7. Some parts of Council District 4 moved into other council districts because that district was so large. It's the fastest growing district, and so we needed to make it smaller and more manageable and just level the playing field of the number of constituents each council person has to represent. And yeah, so that's an overview of this council meeting. I'm going to make sure, so we're going to do this again. Go ahead and mark your calendars for Sunday, November the 13th. Our next council meeting after October will be, the next council meeting after October will be Tuesday, the November 15th. So the next Sundays at 6 with me will be, so you know it, you can put it in your calendar already. I'll send out a text alert if my card is back on and I got enough money raised. We'll send out a text alert. But the next Sundays at 6 meeting will be Sunday, November the 13th. We'll go through all the items on the agenda. You can send in your questions and comments ahead of time. We'll have a link to get you on the YouTube, just like we do in our council meetings. I think that I got a smaller operation, so we'll have fewer technical difficulties getting people on the YouTube live. Please, 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 please make sure that you go and vote. Early voting is happening right now. There's also Saturday and Sunday early voting. At some point next week, by next Friday, it'll be next Friday's newsletter, because I said I'm going to do these every week, right? I am going to send out a full voter guide that talks about not only every position that's on the ballot, but the 4 ballot questions that are on the ballot as well. Linda Pritchard and some other people have sent out some information about that, but I'm going to do my own. You can find some of that information now is already up live at the voter guide, khalidcares.com/vote. It is 9 o'clock on the dot. I am going to go and watch the season finale of the much acclaimed House of the Dragon for all of the Game of Thrones fans, and I want to I want to leave you with a quote from Game of Thrones, and I'm going to see if I can find it. There, one is to just be a dragon. You know, sometimes you have to be a dragon, but there is a really great quote from Game of Thrones, and I'm gonna leave you with that. And it is this. I had to find it. Jon Snow says it towards the very end in the last season of Game of Thrones. Where is it? Oh, I found it. He talks about the importance of keeping your word and following through with what you say you're going to do. I said that I wasn't going to take a full-time job as a council person or as an elected official. So as mayor, even if you don't raise my salary and I got to keep living in cheap apartments so that I can do this full-time, I'm going to do that. And you know, if I say that I believe that we should have a forensic audit, I'm gonna say that we should have a forensic audit, even if it turns out that I gotta pay some money back for some tuxedos or you know whatever it is. But when council people give their word, when they say that they're going to support the mayor, right, which is what each one of them individually said in December, when I say that we have to talk about things in public and we should not be doing all these things in executive session, you got to stick to what you said. Jon Snow says, when enough people make false promises, words stop meaning anything. Then there are no more answers, only better and better lives. I will quit being an elected official before I become a better liar. So with that, thank you all so much for listening, for participating in your local government, and I will see you all in person or virtually at 4 o'clock at Welcome All Park this Tuesday. South Fulton forever. I'm going to ask my tech people to play me out, and any of the items that you see here, you can also find at khalidcares.com. If you click on any of these flyers, you can RSVP for any of these events. Good night, everyone.